Hello, everybody. Are we live? Can everybody hear me? Hello? How is everyone today? We are going to be streaming for the next 48 hours, guys. Hi, Kel. How you doing? Oh, boy. Now let me just get Danganronpa up. And we will get started. Because for some reason, I can't have both iTunes and Danganronpa up at the same time, so it's just like, what? Okay, so let me just get it in view here. Go into OBS. Hey, Brandon, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. Let's see. Let's see. For the iTunes BS. Alright, so let's see what we got. There we go. Right there. Okay. So minimize that. Bring in these windows here. Whoa! Stuff's going crazy. Yay! So there we go. Alright, so last time we ended up finding a dead body. This is on case 5. So, yeah. This is all the fun stuff. But yeah, last time we found a dead body in the garden and combusted into flames. Yeah. The thing is though, Brendan, I've been streaming this for like a few months now, so like it's been like an entire series. I heard we might as well finish it up here and go on to Danganronpa 2 if need be. Sounds good, Cal. Alright, so let's check this. Right now I had to focus on the... Oh, right, because we just found the body last time. I should take a close look at the body one more time. A close look at the body one more time.
So,
Watch yourself, Makoto. She may be dead, but she's still a girl. Don't worry, I don't plan on touching the body all that much. I'm not Kyoko after all. What is this? Something next to the body. It's a key? What is... Is it what Kyoko took from Monokuma?
so...
That's right. The key that she stole was shaped like a Monokuma. This isn't anything like that. And this key is...
What?
What is it? Did you find something? Yeah, this was on the ground near the body. I've never seen this key before. What could it possibly go to? So you don't even know then? Makoto, I'm gonna give you a very important task. Huh?
I see.
That key might give you access to certain areas we thought we were locked. You mean...
So, in other words...
The bio lab, the data center, the headmaster's room, and the dorm rooms on the second floor. It's in your hands. So, I'm your errand boy now? Let's see. So now we head to... Don't be a genocider. Okay, so the headmaster's room is over this way, and I totally went past it. Directions, can I do it, is the question. The headmaster's room was locked before. Okay, let's give it a shot. Huh? The key won't go in. I guess that means this key doesn't go to this door. Don't I know it, Brandon? Seriously. The data center, maybe? Definitely like before. Okay, let's give it a shot. Key gold. It fits! This is the key to the data center. I managed to unlock the data center. I immediately headed back to the garden. So you're back. How did it go? I found out which room this key goes to. It's the data center down on the 4th floor.
Huh?
And we can go into the data center now?
I see.
Interesting. But why did now the deceased have that key on them? I suppose we'll just have to go to the data center and find out. Yeah, I think you're right. Here we are. Looks like the door is still unlocked. Hey, so when you open that door, there's not going to be another huge kaboom like before, right? You're asking that question now? Don't worry, we have Byakuya! What?
In other words...
It's in your hands. Again. It means I trust you. Yeah, great way of showing that. Oh my gosh, dude. That's an absolute lie. I'm just being used. I close my eyes and try to clear my mind. With a silent prayer, I slowly open the door. Nothing happened. After making sure I was still alive, I slowly opened my eyes. In a word, the room was strange. I mean, all the rooms up until now were strange, but this room had a special kind of strangeness. It wasn't a surface fear like the rest of the school. Here, the fear was lurking beneath the surface. The room was filled with that kind of dread.
What?
Hey, that's... Your extended a troubling hand and pointed. Look at all those monitors on the wall. Look what they're showing. Each monitor displayed a section of the school. Dorms, the classrooms. Every part of the school was covered. This is...
What?
It's the direct feed from every single surveillance camera. All the cameras in the school feed back to this room. And they're displayed here on these monitors.
So that's it.
So the sole purpose of this room is to watch us. To watch us? You show me those dressing rooms. Oh my gosh. Cal.
Huh?
Then this room is...
It's all clear now.
This is the mastermind's private room without a doubt. I guess that makes sense. So the mastermind was here. watching us. Then I think this settles it.
Huh?
Huh? The body in the garden. If they had the key to this room, it can only mean one thing. That was the body of Mukuro Ikusaba. She was the mastermind.
Huh?
Then the mastermind is dead? Like, really, really dead? It would seem so.
What?
For serious? It's too bad they had to go and die before Master could kill them himself. The mastermind is dead? Could that really be true? Does that mean it's all over? No, this is not... I know the story of Danganronpa because of the anime, but this is my first actual playthrough of the first game. So, like, I have yet to complete it, I guess, but at the same time, I know all the story, so on and so forth, but yes. Because, I mean, that body... Whatever happened, they obviously didn't die a natural death. So, who was it that... Yeah, I was gonna say, if Ben's in the chat, do not spoil it, because, like, he has not seen Danganronpa the full game yet, so, yeah. But if the mastermind is really dead...
Woo!
That means we can finally get out of this hellhole!
How about that?
We gotta hurry up and find the exit, come on!
That's enough.
No, we have to check this area thoroughly first.
Huh?
Huh? But what about the exit? If the mastermind is truly dead, we can leave whenever we decide to. But right now, we need to find out why the mastermind set up this life or death game in the first place. I'm bothered by the fact that the mastermind was obviously murdered.
What?
Murdered? You think so too, huh?
Naturally.
The statue of the corpse makes it plain as day. There is absolutely no doubt. The mastermind was murdered.
But...
Why is it gonna be that way? I mean, who could have even done it?
Such ignorance.
Did I misread that? Was it stature? That's exactly why I said we need to investigate the purpose and identity of the... Okay, so I did read that right. Or maybe not! I totally read that as... Oh my gosh, I am such an idiot. Oh, we're only 15 minutes into the stream, and that's fantastic. That's fantastic. That's exactly why I said we need to investigate the purpose and identity of the mastermind.
I'm telling you!
Now do you understand, you useless insect? You're banned from talking to Master ever again! The mastermind's purpose. And why were they killed? This room may very well hold the answers to those questions. Toko is my... After all, the mastermind must have spent who knows how much time here. Okay then, let's begin our search. It's time to uncover the identity of the mastermind. There's a bunch of computers lined up. They all look high-performance PCs, like nothing like the ancient laptop of Alter Ego was installed on. They're all on, but they seem to be locked. So, what? We can't do anything? Just use your fighting spirit to force our way in.
Huh?
What century are you guys from? The mastermind must have been using these to monitor the network. And alter ego. Well, you may be right about that.
What?
But there's no point in thinking about it now. You're right. The store's kind of creepy. It's got a picture of Monokuma on it. What could be inside? No luck. The door's locked, huh? What if you use the key to get that opened this room? Let's give it a try, just in case. Nope, no good. It won't even fit inside the keyhole. Oh.
Yeah.
Well, don't worry about it. Everything's fine. The mastermind's dead, right? So nothing's gonna happen to us. Steamness of Byakuya Togami. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I guess you're right. I can't stop thinking about the door with Monokuma's picture on it, so... But worrying about it isn't gonna do me any good. Hina's right. The mastermind's gone, so there's nothing to be afraid of anymore. There's really a ridiculous number of monitors here. And the mastermind's been using them all to spy on us. As long as I have this... Huh? Look at Master go! It's like a feast for the eyes! How much is a monthly membership? Okay! Well... €10. There's nothing showing up on this one. Huh. Hey, look next to that TV. Is that a TV antenna?
How about that?
It is! It's just like the one my grandma uses. It's totally one of those high-def antennas. Wait. So if we hook up that antenna, we could watch TV?
Huh?
Huh? Did someone say TV?
You know?
Well, well, Sunday morning Hina's here. Are you talking about me?
Okay.
Anyway, if we watch TV, let's do it. Come on, come on, come on!
You know?
I'll use start for her info on the outside world, huh? Alright, let me work my magic. And you'll be the quantum leaping... And you'll be quantum leaping your way to the TV before you... Okay. I mean, I get the reference, but what's he talking about?
You know? Huh?
Oh! Oh! What's wrong? Good news. As for all of you Saturday morning kiddies out there, I think I got the TV working. Really? Now all we gotta do is switch it on.
What?
Then do it. Did I say the wrong thing, Kel? Oh, pounds. Sorry, I'd never seen that sign before. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Friggin' idiot mastermind. All you guys need to do is cut free from your regrets of the outside world.
What the heck?
And there they were, sitting watching TV the whole time. They really thought they could get away with it.
Huh?
Huh? This is... It's the feed coming down from the surveillance camera monitoring this room, isn't it?
What the heck?
Huh? That's weird.
Come on.
Hey, what are you doing?
Huh?
That's really weird. You're weird! You're weird in every way possible! Not just weird, super weird!
But...
This TV isn't hooked up to anything but the antenna. So, how is it showing the camera feed?
Well...
Did you try changing the channel?
Good
Good idea, let's give that a try. Hero went through each channel one by one. But on every channel, it was just us. It was a live feed of us standing there in the data center.
What the heck?
Is it broken or something?
Could it be...
No, there must be some kind of trick to it, some weird setup. A trick? What kind of trick?
Actually...
I'm not sure, but... Huh? Huh?
Huh?
What?
Huh?
Huh?
What?
Be quiet, you freaking bastards! Monokuma! Huh? You're supposed to be dead! Me? Dead? Don't be freaking stupid!
What?
Hey, you're acting kinda strange. Something seems different.
Of course!
Of course I'm different. Evolution is perfectly natural. After all, I've been hibernating for 2 years already. Not even. It's been a day and a half at most. How are you alive again? Oh, yeah, that's it. That look on your faces right now is sublime. That's what I wanted to see. The moment when you went from hope to despair. Don't tell me you pretended to be dead for this moment. Why would a bear pretend to be dead? You're ones who should pretend to be dead when you see a bear. I mean, that's totally laughable. It makes me laugh. I'm gonna laugh now.
Well now.
And that's that.
Shing!
Well, it's almost time to cut off your past full of hope and begin despair at the future ahead of you. I want you all to have way more fun in this killing game.
Huh?
You can't be serious. We have to keep going.
Let me out
No.
here!
We're supposed to get out of here. Get out of here? Are you still obsessed with getting out of here?
Unbelievable.
How do you not get it? There is no getting out of here. And besides,
Yep.
this life isn't all bad, you know. I mean, there's stuff you won't like about life no matter where you are. Are you serious? This place is the worst. If it's the worst, then why are you... Does that mean you're in despair?
Well now.
Ew, I pooped from all that laughing. I guess I'll just get to the point now. Point?
Hey,
You guys are really struck gold when you found that TV. Yes, indeed. That TV is an essential part of your school life here.
What?
I knew it was hiding a secret from some kind.
What the heck?
But I connected the antenna. So why is it just showing us the surveillance feed? Look how attentive they are now. Well then, I'm gonna let you in on a little blood-gushing secret and tell you about it. Ta-da! That TV is absolutely without a doubt displaying a signal coming in from the antenna.
Huh?
But what does that mean? It's displaying the signal, but it's just us standing here.
Unbelievable.
You are so stupid. Fine, you don't get it? Fine, I'll just tell you.
Thrill Chills!
This killing game is being broadcast to the entire world! It's the most popular thing on TV! What?
Extreme!
This is the killing game being broadcast live to the entire world! And it's the most popular thing on TV! It doesn't matter how many times he says it, I don't know what it's supposed to mean. Even if I understood the words, I'm not sure if I'd understand a deeper meaning. What? Broadcast live to the entire world? What kind of bad joke is this?
But that's...
It can't be. How could they have taken over the airwaves somehow?
Oh, no!
The camera feed is being broadcast? No way, that's impossible!
Phew!
This kind of overconfidence is a major weakness in the crisis management system, you know that? All you need is one weird trick that I found, and hijacking the airwaves is easy mode. Are you serious right now?
Of course!
I heard a kind of creaking. But the sound was coming from my own mind. A boat on the ocean, tossing the ocean, my mind began to creak and groan.
Hey,
Everything has a meaning, you know. All those hints I gave you, those tantalizing tidbits about the school mysteries. Even me luring you here right now. Why would I do any of that without a reason? It was like all for my captive audience to show them the true despair like they'd never seen it before. I became a director of a despair-based production. This is the ultimate reality show, the best in despair entertainment.
what are you saying?
You're lying. Even if this was on TV, police and everyone else would be going crazy. Yeah, there's no way they would have tried to come and they wouldn't have tried to come and rescue us.
Actually,
What if they already did? Huh?
yes indeed.
Then again, it's not really any of their business, right? Sure, people might yell at their TV and try to warn you, but who would actually come here to help? Don't you think that's possible? I don't really know personally, though, so whatever.
This can't be!
But to take control of communications like that, you'd need an astronomical amount of resources. Yep. So how could I have come this far? How things have come this far? Well, that's a secret. There's something you need to do first, remember? What?
Of course.
Yeah, duh. There's a little business of.
A body has been discovered. After a certain amount of time, which you may use however you like, the class trial will begin.
Huh?
Huh?
Last trial, do you mean?
It's the
Owly.
Monokuma file!
Ollie and the Monokuma file right here. Everyone, give it all you got.
Having excitement!
Okay, things are gonna get pretty crazy from here on out. You're in for one heck of a ride.
I can't wait! I can't wait!
And then, he was gone. Reality was incomprehensible. The truth hopelessly out of reach. All we were left with was despair. We stood there for I don't know how long, frozen in place. Couldn't think. It took everything I had just to keep myself standing upright. I don't think I can understand any of this. What's despair and entertainment, and how is he still alive?
I'm sick of this.
I thought that finally we could get out of here. And plus, what did he say about a class trial?
Stop talking.
Well, that part's obvious. Class trial is the class trial. What it means at this point is that at this point we have to figure out who the culprit is. Figure out who killed Kyoko. What?
What the heck?
What are you talking about? I thought it was Mukuro Ikusaba was the one who died. The victim was female, right? Kyoko certainly fulfills that condition. And if Monokuma is still alive and active, that means the mastermind, Mukuro Ikusaba, isn't dead. So naturally, the body can't belong to her, so it must be Kyoko. There's no other possibility. The body is Kyoko's? Kyoko's been murdered? No, it's not possible! Because I don't know anything about her yet! I don't know who she really is! To have to end it like this. I don't believe it. I refuse to believe it.
Quiet.
Whether you believe it or not doesn't matter. The truth is the truth. If you refuse to believe, it's your responsibility to uncover the truth for yourself. Myself. Anyway, we better begin.
But
If we're gonna have a class trial, that means the killer.
That's right.
Correct. It must be someone in our participating school life. Wait, so you're saying one of us killed Kyoko? Well, that's not precisely what I'm saying, no.
Huh?
But you just said...
Stop talking.
I don't have time to explain now. There is a veritable mountain of issues I need to confirm. So I'm going to begin my search. If you value your lives, you'll put everything you have into this. That's how this game works, after all. Well, I better start by checking out the Monokuma file. Due to the explosion, the victim's identity is unknown. They were, however, dead before the blast. The victim had been stabbed a single time with a knife, which went completely through the body. They had also been struck in the head with an object about as thick as a metal pipe. The body was covered with other wounds, but these were at least several days old. So even the Monokuma file doesn't tell us who the victim actually was. The unidentified body. Could it really be Kyoko? Or... I have no choice. I have to investigate. I have to uncover the truth for myself. No matter what, I have to find out what happened or we're all dead. I need to go back to the scene of the crime. Back to the garden. Okay, time to get started. I need to check anywhere that may be important, from one end to another. I just need to do what I always do. The knife was a knife laying on the ground. Is this? It must be the knife that was stuck in the body before it exploded. The force of the explosion must have thrown it over here. The Monokuma file did say the knife went all the way through the body, front to back. Does that mean the knife is what caused the fatal injury? Either way, this knife looks really familiar. Wait, is this? That's it! It's the knife that person was holding. This is getting really weird. There are just too many strange coincidences. Whoever the person in the mask that attacked me last night, they were holding that knife. And the same knife was used to stab that same mass attacker we found here. So maybe this masked person got stabbed because when they attacked, I was in some kind of trance. Maybe I reacted by grabbing the knife, and then maybe I. And if this is really if this really is Kyoko, it would mean that Kyoko was the one that attacked me. But why the mask? I just don't know. I don't remember anything clearly from last night. No, it can't be. There's no way. These look like fragments of something. They're all burnt. I really can't be sure, but I feel like I've seen something like it before. But where? Wait, was it there? I have to double check that later. If I check the body more thoroughly, maybe then I find out sure if it's Kyoko or not. Huh? There's something weird about the body's fingernails. What? Oh, these are fake nails. They're really long. They seem like they get in the way of normal activity. There's also something on the back of her right hand. It's a tattoo. It got burned, so I can't make out the whole thing, but it looks like a picture of a dog or something. I've never seen anything like it before. The upper half of the body got set on fire in the explosion. It's totally blackened. Also, the top half of the body is wet. That's because it got set on fire and I threw the water on it. Since I only threw the water on the part that was on the fire, the top half, the bottom half is still dry. In other words, there's nothing but the strange about the top half being wet. There isn't, right? Set on fire is on the bottom on it, which explains why that bottom half is wet. White jacket is got burnt up. Only one little piece left. Huh? 4?
Yo!
What's going on, Makoto? Oh, I'm glad you're here. Listen, do you remember how many chickens were in here? Of course, there were precisely 5. Yeah. Right?
Huh?
What's wrong? There's only 4 chickens here now. We're 1 short. Huh? Ah! So weird. I wonder when it disappeared.
But
I was down here just before nighttime last night. There were definitely 5 chickens then.
what?
What are we gonna do? Going from 5 to 4 is gonna have an impact on the structure of the world.
Conspiracy!
It's like a jigsaw puzzle. Even a single piece disappears, the entire world will remain unfinished. I did my best to ignore Hero and focus on the problem at hand. But why did one of the chickens disappear? Could it be related to the case? tool shed. Is this a tarp? Wait, was there a tarp here before? I should probably look into that. It could be related to the case. The top is wet and covered with mud and grime. But the underside, completely clean and totally dry. Inside the tarp is wet and dirty. Something about that bothers me. That's the other thing in here that concerns me. Alright. What do you want to talk about?
So, in other words,
I'd like to hear your alibi. Alibi?
in other words,
Correct. I'd love to hear where you were after the nighttime began last night. Well, I was sick, so I was asleep all night. But why are you asking about that now? And what's nighttime got to do with it?
naturally.
Isn't it obvious this murder took place after nighttime? How can you be so sure of that? Because after nighttime began, I came to the garden. Well, I was going around looking for everyone so I could tell them about Monokuma. Hero's been spending most of his time in the garden the last few days, so I figured he'd be here. And I confirmed that when I arrived last night, there was no body here.
In other words,
So, the murder could have only taken place at some point during nighttime after I left the garden. However, Toko, Hina, and I were in the gym together and the entire night last night. What? Once I found Hiro in the garden, we immediately went to Toko and Hina's rooms to get them. At that point, we all went to the gym and began dismantling Monokuma. Sorry guys, I had some fries on me. As a precaution, we made sure not to go anywhere alone. Even in the bathroom, even to the bathroom in pairs. The only ones who don't have alibis are me and Kyoko.
that's right.
And if the victim is really Kyoko, then I'm the only one without an alibi. Also, when we went to go get Hina and Toko, we stopped by your room as well.
What?
You never came to the door, so where precisely were you? I'm telling the truth, I was in my room. I just was dead, but I was dead asleep and I had a fever, so... That's hardly an alibi. Byakuya, that is an alibi! So, what now? You seem to be quite at the disadvantage here. I'm the only one without an alibi. That's really bad, isn't it? see. Listen, Makoto. Do you remember how the body looked, before it blew up? If I remember right, it was wearing some kind of mask and a big white coat. There was also a knife sticking out of the stomach and around the area where it was stained with blood. Apparently, the wound had stopped bleeding, but the blood on the body was still wet. Byakuya said not to touch it to avoid getting all bloody. But for how much blood was on the body, I didn't see any ground on it. See any on the ground around it. Wow, I can't read today.
Okay.
Wow, thanks, that's a big help. Now you explained it, I totally remember how it looked. Well, having to talk about it like that helped me to remember it a lot better too. So, thank you too. So, who does the body belong to? Wherever it is, I'm not gonna look. I don't want to faint anymore. It's 11 o'clock right now. Okay, and...
You're serious?
Oh, well, I was just thinking about about when we first found the body. When the body was found, huh? I should look back at what I did this morning to help me remember when it was. Monokuma's announcement woke me up at 7 o'clock, as usual, and I headed for the dining hall pretty soon. Once I got there, I met up with Hina. It was right around 7:30. Then I headed to the gym where everyone else was waiting. Next, Toko went to go get the pickaxe. Then that's when she found the dead body. What time was it then? So it's probably about now. That's right. It had to have been around 9 o'clock.
You know?
Ah, now that you mention it, I think you're right. So I think we can say for sure that the body was found at 9 a.m. Okay, my job's done. That's a pretty small job. Panel that controls this person. Huh? Hold on. The sprinkles turn on at 7:30 each morning, right? So, if the body was here before then, the sprinklers should have gotten wet. Which would mean the murder must have taken place. I think that's everything I need to do in this area. But I'm not done yet. There are other areas I need to check. Specifically, the fragment that I found before. There's somewhere I need to go in order to confirm my suspicions. I still need to find more about Kyoko. Is that corpse really Kyoko? If that's true... Was that also Kyoko was the one who attacked me last night? I can find more about her, but maybe I can answer for that question. Kyoko was never that kind of person to talk about herself all that much. Maybe if I can get to her room, I'll be able to find out more. But the key to her room...
It's all clear now.
What?
Just give up.
I don't have a choice. I'll have to see if he'll let me borrow her room key. Hey, Byakuya? If you do come up with an alibi, I'd be happy to hear it later. At the class trial. Oh no, it's not about that. You have the key to Kyoko's room, right? I was hoping I could borrow it. I'm afraid I can't take that risk. You're the prime suspect, after all.
What?
Of course, if I were to go with you, that'd be a different story. Then will you go with me? Sorry, I have my own agenda to take care of. Find me again later and we'll see.
Goodbye.
Depending on my mood, I may go with you, or I may not. Come back later, huh? Okay then, in the meantime, I should look around somewhere else. Maybe I should check out that one area. Maybe the bio lab, or is that still locked? Area. Headmaster's room, okay. Damn it. I was hoping that was right. Um. I think I may be stuck. Hmm. Well, the thing is, though, I don't know where to check for Kyoko's, like, that area. Is he referring to the bathhouse, or? Hmm. 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 Let's see. Wrong button. Mm. Danganronpa Case 5. Okay. Let's see. Maybe the gym? I figured it wouldn't be here.
You know?
I just found something. What was it? It's...
Huh? What?
That bomb went missing. There's no about it. The fragments I found in the garden. Kyoko's room. Alright, Brandon. Sounds good. Byakuya should be in the middle of his own investigation right now. Once he's done with his research, once he's done with his search, he'll probably head back to the garden. No, not Yasuhiro. You think he can go soon, Byakuya?
Let's go.
You want to check out Kyoko's room, right? Very well, let's go. Oh, wait for me. Second glance, and I hurried after him on our way to the dorms. Well then, here we go. Byakuya took out the key and slid it into the keyhole, and then... and it's open. Looks like it, thanks. So this is Kyoko's room. Something on the table. It's a wood block decoration?
What?
What is that? What purposes does it serve? I think it's probably a key. The lockers really be traditional public bathhouses use them for lockers. I wouldn't know. I've never gone to a public bathhouse. It doesn't really surprise me. It's hard to picture Byakuya doing something like that.
It's certainly
But
possible.
if it is a key, then it might know what it unlocks. Really? What? Unless I'm mistaken. I'm pretty sure that I saw something in the dojo that this might go to. Dojo.
What?
You wanted to come here, right? So what is it you're looking for? Nothing in particular. I just thought we might find something, some kind of clue here. Clue that might help us understand Kyoko.
Come on.
You can't be serious. That's why you made me take the time out of my search just to come here? Sorry. Regardless, if you plan on poking around at random, you're doomed no matter how much time you take. Surely you have something more concrete, something to give us some sort of direction here? More concrete. Oh, I know! Earlier, Kyoko gave me something. Huh? What's this?
It's true.
Consider it a symbol. Sure, I have it here somewhere. Found it! What's in the envelope? Kyoko gave it to me. She said if ever something ever happened, I should open it.
Interesting.
Well, something certainly has happened, so open it. Okay. I opened the envelope to look inside. There was a single piece of paper. Under the sheets.
What?
That's all that was in here? Yeah, it's like it. Under the sheets, what could it be? But could something be hidden under these bed sheets? Part of me didn't expect to find anything, but as I lifted up the sheets... What's this? I found a crumpled up piece of paper. Class 7 has number 78 student registry. Mukuro Ikusaba.
I see.
It appears to be Mukuro Ikusaba's profile. Yeah, looks like it. That's probably the other thing Kyoko stole when she snuck into the headmaster's room along with the key. This must be the blank that Monokuma was talking about. Kyoko said a death was without meaning was unappealing. And this is what she left behind. I don't have time for her sentimental indulgences. Hurry up and finish your search. Okay. I made the effort to pull myself together, then looked down at the profile sheet. Name, Mukuro Ikusaba. Sex, female. The ultimate soldier. Although for her small age, she was a military specialist trained in every weapon type imaginable. She showed an interest in the military from childhood and soon found herself completely absorbed in it. In elementary school, she won a survival game tournament and began writing for military magazines. She was just before entering middle school when she and her family on vacation in Europe. She disappeared. The story of a young Japanese girl who had been kidnapped quickly took over her Japanese media outlets. An intense international investigation turned up no information. She was never found. However, she reappeared in Japan 3 years later, alone, completely unannounced. She revealed that she had joined the mercenary group known as Fenrir for those 3 years. She insisted that she hadn't been kidnapped, that she'd received battle training of her own volition. However, she never revealed why she decided to return home when she did. The Ultimate Soldier, mercenary group. This doesn't feel real. The world I grew up in is like a completely different dimension. It's like one's non-fiction and the other's sci-fi. There's no way to even compare the two. That's how different this is. That's how I saw things, just as an ordinary person. But then,
I see.
I never imagined I would hear the name Fenrir in a place like this. Oh, you recognize it?
Naturally.
The Fenrir Mercenary Corps is a collection of battle-crazed warmongers. But they do have their uses. And they always get the job done. That's worth remembering. This is all part of a world totally removed from the one I live in. I have to say, I'm intrigued. Every rumor I've heard says that Fenrir has already...
Found it!
No! I feel like our hero is becoming a bit of a player, and a bit of a player is becoming our hero. Ah! Oh, it's you.
What?
What have you got in your pretty little hand there?
What?
Uh-oh, you found her profile? So what if we did?
Hey, come
Don't
on
freak
now.
out on me. I'm not gonna hold it against you or anything. And in case you're wondering, I don't hold it against Kyoko either. Even though she stole it and hid it. After all, there's no rule against stealing, is there? But who I can't forgive is Miss Ogami, who broke the rules and busted the door into the headmaster's room. Maybe I'll drag her corpse and slice it up and devour it. Bears are omnivorous, you know.
What?
Our rules violation. Our rule violation so unforgivable. You're quite the adamant about those regulations of yours. Of course I am. Proper school life is built on the dedication and organization and order. Which is why as a school headmaster, have to follow regulations myself. Oh, so you're saying, well, you have to follow your own... Oh, so you're saying you have to follow your own rules as well?
Of course.
Absolutely. I can't have you complaining about how unfair it is. Now, can I? In fact, on the subject of fairness, would you like to know something interesting? Interesting? That's all about the one writing all the rules. They're actually one of the participants in the killing game. I don't think I actually told you about how many participants there actually were, did I? I was thinking I should probably clarify that.
Hey,
When you first got all together, the main hallway back then, there were 15 people in there, right? I think that's the first meeting. That first meeting may have led to a little misunderstanding among you all. Misunderstanding? What are you saying?
in other words...
That's right! There weren't actually 15 of you.
Yes, indeed.
The total number of 16 students taking part of this killing game was actually 16! 16, then.
Mukuro Ikusaba, the 16th student, lying hidden somewhere in this school. The one they call the ultimate despair. Watch out for her.
16th student, Mukuro Ikusaba. She's part of the school life. So the one making all the regulations is...
Why?
Huh?
Did you say something? Why are you telling us this? Oh, well, because... like I told you, this killing game is desperately popular. So, you wouldn't believe the ratings. And since we've gotten so many viewers now, I wanted to make sure everyone was on the same page. I don't want to wake up to a hurricane of complaints and hate mail, you know.
Yes, indeed.
Make sense?
Well, now.
Okay, that's all you get for now. Oh, actually, I do have some revenge to get, so I'll have an extra bonus for you. Revenge? I want to get a hit back at that sneaky Miss Kirigiri, so I'm going to share a little secret with ya. Seriously?
Hey,
You know how she wears the stupid gloves day in and day out? All the time? Well, don't tell anyone, and I told you, but... she wears those gloves to cover up a bunch of hideous scars that she doesn't want anyone else to see. What? Okay, now that's all you get. She wears gloves to cover up a bunch of scars? Wait, so on the back of her hand... tattoo. Wait, but no. First off, guys, that's the thing that plays every time you donate. That someone donates $100. That's Janky Byakuya. Oh my gosh, Ben! Holy crap! Dude, are you serious? Holy crap! Oh my gosh, Ben! Okay, Ben, that is... even though you're a mod, that still counts as like 20, like, donation. That counts as like 20 raffle tickets. Where do you want them to go? Monokuma specifically said they were scars, right? And that's... you don't want anything? You don't want any of the games or anything like that? You don't want any of the Final Fantasy XIV items? Ben! Thank you! That... aw, dude, that's awesome. Thank you so much. That helps a lot. Demon Slayer, what's up? Welcome to the stream. That's why Kyoko wears those gloves to hide the scars? Which means those fake nails on the corpse. Oh, thanks, Ben! I'm gonna hug you so much at MagFest. Oh my gosh. Are you thinking about Kyoko again? Huh?
What?
Forget about her. What matters right now is uncovering Monokuma's trap. His trap?
Such ignorance.
Must have really hated you. Make it so dull.
Hmm.
Don't you remember when Monokuma just told us? He said there were 16 students, right? Which means Mukuro was a student there. I'll be honest, that alert kind of scared me a bit. Or the game could just crash too, that works. Does that mean I have to start all over again for that? No. Reopen. No. Danganronpa quit unexpectedly. Yes, very much so. Danganronpa. Let me relaunch it. No! If it starts me back to where I was, I'm gonna be so mad. No. No! No! Oh no! No! Alright, who's up for speedrunning this? Come on, let's go. I know exactly where this is putting me. Oh, I mean, at least Ben gets to see this again.
So,
Grab this key. Ugh. We lost all of that progress, guys. We lost all of that progress. It literally took us back to where we were last time.
I see. So in...
I'm not touching anything, guys. I'm not touching anything. Oh my gosh. The heck's going on? No! My controller's derping out. Ah! Oh man, this is not good. Let me try again. Restarting Steam. Flipping tables is right, Ben. I want to flip a table right now. I would. I actually do have a tray table that I can flip, but then my parents would get concerned, and also, stuff would happen. So. Holding B is a lifesaver? I'm saving whenever I can. How you guys liking all these sound effects, you know? At least the stream's going okay, right, guys?
Yeah.
I like to point out that was like an hour's worth of progress lost.
A body has been discovered. After a certain amount of time, which you may use however you like, the class trial will begin.
Yeah. Screw me over, Monokuma. Screw you. Or anything else. Now, Ben, real quick, I want you to take a look at these nails and see if they're any bit familiar. Again, are you freaking kidding me? What is it with Danganronpa quitting unexpectedly? Game. The hell? Okay. Now I'm really, really paranoid about this because I do not want to lose any progress. Oh my gosh. No, I didn't mean to leave the gym. Come on. It's taking me 47 minutes just to get back to where we were. Game, why do you have to crash on me and hate me so much?
What? It's so...
She's a student. She killed someone. That would make her Rose a killer. She killed Kyoko? Anyone should be able to come to that conclusion, don't you think? In fact, that's exactly what I thought when the investigation first began.
What?
But based on what Monokuma just told us, I've changed my mind.
It's all clear now.
Mukuro Ikosaba isn't the culprit. Huh? What makes you say that? We thought that Mukuro was the ultimate despair. Mukuro, the ultimate despair, was the mastermind's true identity. But if that's true, Monokuma's behavior makes no sense. Why would the mastermind go out of their way to reveal themselves to us? Before anything else, we're back up to where we were. I'm a safe. That's a good point.
So, in other words...
Mukuro giving us information about that would raise questions about her. To be bold about her would be bold, to say the least. It makes more sense, then, to assume that Mukuro isn't the culprit. So, that's the trap. They want us to suspect Mukuro and to come to the wrong conclusion. That's what makes sense to me. The way you say it definitely does seem possible, but if that's really true... If Mukuro isn't the killer, then who is? Well then, I believe our work here is finished. Let's move on. I'm sure there are other places in need of investigation. I should find out if that key and the dojo are really connected.
Let's go.
Well, are you coming? It looks like we found the key we found in Kyoko's room really does go to one of these lockers.
I see.
Makoto, do you see the locker farthest to the right?
Very strange.
That's the only one that doesn't have a key in it at that moment. You understand what that means, right? I should probably use the key to find we found on that locker, right?
That's right.
Well, just try it. Okay. Took out the blood block key and inserted it into the metal lock. And the lock eagerly accepted the key, and it opened. There are arrows in here. Looks like 10 arrows in total. They look like they're made of titanium, which means they're quite strong depending on how thin they are. Of course, without a bow, they're nothing but strong little sticks. Strong sticks? Oh, there's something else inside the locker. How did a ball of duct tape? I wonder what this was used for. Is that a bloodstain?
I see.
If it is, that means it must be surely related to the case. But how could it possibly be involved? I think that's all the locker has to offer for now. Is something wrong?
Very strange.
It's very odd, don't you think? The locker was hiding some items that were clearly related to the case. But how did the key to the locker wind up in the victim's room?
Why?
Or perhaps... Byakuya? Forget it. Come on, we need to continue on to the next location. Huh? What next location?
What?
There's still something that we need to look into. We need to do more than research. We need to do more research on Fenrir. You mean the mercenary group that Murgoro was part of? But how are we supposed to find out about that? Isn't it obvious? Where in the school would you go to do research on something? Research. Are you talking about the archive? That's right. The archive has all kinds of info that the general public doesn't have access to.
Let's go.
We only have so much time before the trial begins. Let's hurry. I believe there was a file related to Fenrir somewhere over here. The accused seemed to know how the archive, like the back of his hand, went straight to the shelf in the back. Ah, here we go. He quickly returned the file in hand.
I see.
Take a look at this. I have no idea what it says. What language is this? How did you make it all the way through high school without learning a single word of French? I'm pretty sure most high schoolers can't speak French. Well, whatever. I'll read it for you, but I expect you to repay a debt 100 times over. Isn't that kind of extreme? Fenrir is an elite fighting unit based out of the Middle East. Unlike military contractors, they are a fierce group of soldiers who engage in direct combat. They claim that a single member is equivalent to an entire company of regular soldiers. Just like Fenrir, the Wolf of Ragnarok, their mere presence is enough to strike fear into any enemy. They've been involved in countless military battles and operations, most of which are highly classified. However, some time ago, they completely ceased all activity. At present, their continued existence cannot be confirmed. There are unconfirmed reports that the key members of the group were all neutralized. Rumors indicate they were killed to keep them from revealing many state secrets that they had acquired. Some, however, believe there was mounting internal tension within the group and they simply imploded.
What?
What is it? This all sounds like some kind of alternate reality. Well, it isn't. This is our reality, the only reality. These people are part of our world. Their battlefields aren't much different from our lives here. An unpredictable, unimaginable world. That's what makes it all so exciting. Exciting definitely isn't the word that I would use. So, did anything jump out at you? Your last opportunity to learn. This may be your last opportunity to learn about Fenrir. Now that you mention it, the report said something about where the name Fenrir comes from, right? That's right. It said that Fenrir is the Wolf of Ragnarok. Speaking of which, would you like to know something about interesting related to that? To show that they're a member of the team, each soldier joins the squad will get a tattoo representing Fenrir somewhere on their body. What? I got a tattoo of Fenrir. Could that mean...
Time is utterly silent, and yet it constantly assaults us. Organisms, the earth, natural phenomena. It damages us little by little until the end. You should really think about that. Anyway, it's time to begin the class trial. So, please meet up in the usual spot. See you later.
Then the time has come. All we could do now is try to uncover the truth during the class trial.
That's right.
It would seem that way. Let's go. Whoa, Byakuya and Makoto showed up together.
Ah,
Where the heck have you two been? You just disappeared without a word. You were investigating, of course. How could you not have figured that out by this point? Makoto's high enough ranked for you guys to go off together? Just the two of you?
Huh?
What, are you jealous?
Hey.
Or are you making up some kind of creepy fantasy for yourself?
What?
Stop and stop talking and brace yourselves. He'll be here any second. Any second. He could show up at any time. When I imagined what was about to happen, I immediately tensed up and prepared myself. But we stood there for a full 5 minutes waiting for something weird to happen. And then 5 minutes became 10.
Why?
What's going on here? Why hasn't Monokuma shown up yet?
Could it be?
Maybe he died again? What should we do? Should we keep waiting here, or... Or what?
What?
Jesus! Did I scare you?
Come on.
I demand an explanation. Why'd you waste my time and make me wait like that? What? I made you wait? You've got it all backwards. You're the ones making me wait. Huh?
In other words,
I'm waiting for everyone to arrive. We can't start until everyone's here now, can we? What are you talking about? Everyone is here. We've all been waiting for you. Sorry, but you're wrong. I've been waiting for 10 minutes now, so it's okay if I punish the one that's making us all wait, right? If we all agree that's a violation, I will arrange a punishment right now. If it's me you're waiting for, I'm right here. We heard that voice, so we all spun around to look.
hey,
I'm here. No rule's been broken. Kyoko! Kyoko, you're still alive? No, that's a ghost! Stop talking. If you want to fight, do it at the class trial. You need to save some fun for later, right?
What?
But is it okay that there's no particular penalty for being late?
is that right?
I made it here just fine. What school regulation did I violate? Am I wrong? You're so selfish, so spoiled. You're right, no penalty officially, but I bet you'll be sorry later. Shing! No, I'll make sure you're sorry later. Anyway, just hustle your bus to the elevator. I'll be one step ahead of you. When Monokuma was gone, we all rushed up to Kyoko. Kyoko! So you really didn't die?
Indeed.
Of course I didn't die. God, I'm glad you're okay. Perhaps, but that's not necessarily a good thing for us. Huh? He's right, now I gotta deal with the ghost! I told you, stop talking!
Let's go.
Come on, let's just go. Whatever we need to discuss, we can do it during the trial. Without ever looking directly at Kyoko, Byakuya stepped into the elevator. Master, wait for me! Good call. Who knows what might happen to us if we take too long. But I'll be happy when this trial is all over. One after another, everyone piled into the elevator. But I couldn't help myself. I had to talk to Kyoko before the trial started. Listen, before we get started, I have to ask you. Where have you been this whole time? You used that key of yours to go somewhere, didn't you? So?
Correct.
I went to investigate the second floor of the dorms. The second floor?
That's right.
There aren't any monitors or cameras there, so I was able to avoid Monokuma completely. Of course, that I also missed his announcement because of that.
Whew.
I had no idea a body had been discovered. Then, when did you find out?
So,
Just now. I just finished my search and came back down. Just in time to hear the class trial announcement. I took some time to go over the crime scene first, so I can't go to a trial completely uninformed now, can I? So that's why you're late.
However,
I'm sorry I kept you all waiting. But if you were on the second floor of the dorms, then what key? Then that's what the key you found goes to?
wrong.
Actually, to be precise, not quite.
In other words,
I used Monokuma's secret tool, which can open any lock in the school. What?
Just a second.
Hey! What are you two doing? Get up here! Hurry up before we get in trouble with Monokuma!
Makoto,
We can go over all the details after we get through the trial, okay, Makoto? Right now, I just want to focus on surviving our current situation.
it would seem
Because this is probably the single most crucial moment so far for me. For her? That's a strange way to put it. The class trial is important for everyone, right? So why would she say it's a crucial moment for her?
goodbye.
Well, if that's all. Seemingly unconcerned, Kyoko made her way to the elevator. I'm just overthinking what she said, right? Being the last one left, I stepped into the elevator. And the door slid shut. This time, the clunking was loud enough to hurt my ears. The dread began to consume me once again. I can't ever imagine getting used to the mental pressure that comes preparing for an execution. In the dusty darkness, nobody said a word. We just stood there, silent and still. After an immeasurable period of time, the doors opened without warning. A dazzling light penetrated every depth of my eyes. But it wasn't the illuminating light of hope. It was the blinding light of despair.
I can't wait! I can't!
I've been waiting for this. I feel like it's been forever since we got together like this. The time for pointless jokes and jabs has passed.
Thrills! Chills!
Let's get on with the show.
And so, the curtain opened for the 5th time. A deadly judgment, a deadly deception, a deadly betrayal. A deadly riddle, a deadly defense, a deadly faith. A deadly class trial. Yes, I wanted to say it. We're not going to have another thing happen again. Alright guys, you know the drill. We're gonna take a quick break and then when we get back, it's time for the class trial. Alright? 5 minutes, get up, stretch, do whatever you need to do, and I will see you guys in just a few minutes. Okay, people, we are back. Sorry, I forgot to mute last time, but still. Okay. So, for those who are new, here's how this is going to work. I am going to mute myself, and because it is voice acted, so I'm just gonna let the cutscenes play and stuff like that. And yeah, we should be done by the time that I have to go. So by that time, my dear boyfriend Justin is going to be streaming after me, and then my friend Zach, aka Pixtrix364, is after him. So yeah, and if you guys want, you can take a look at the schedule. And yes. Okay, see you guys in just a bit. Finish these preparations and hopefully everything goes well.
Let's begin with a basic explanation of the class trial. So, your votes will determine the results. If you can figure out who done it, then only they will receive punishment. But if you pick the wrong one, then I'll punish everyone besides the blackened, and the one that deceived everyone else will graduate. Okay, well, I'll leave the rest up to you.
Well then, let's discuss the specifics of the victim. First, we need to clarify who exactly the unidentified victim is.
It's Kyoko. There's no other explanation.
But Kyoko's standing right there.
No! That's a ghost!
But she has legs and stuff.
Hero, you idiot!
Well, that's just because... she's like the latest evolution in ghost technology!
There's a limit to how much ridiculousness I can tolerate.
Okay. So I just have to prove that the corpse isn't Kyoko, right? Then let's compare Kyoko's traits to the traits of the dead body.
Her traits?
I got it! I'm talking about her gloves. They'll give us some insight into the mystery. I'm sure of it.
In that case, I think it would be helpful if someone explained why she actually wears those gloves.
And would you happen to know the answer?
In fact, Monokuma told me. Apparently you have scars on your hands you don't want anyone to see.
Oh, you know, now that I think about it, the corpse wasn't wearing any gloves, right?
They probably just got burnt up in the explosion. I'm not convinced. The ghost is just trying to fool us all. That Kyoko there is just a ghost.
Impossible.
Okay, then prove it. Prove she's not a ghost.
The dead body wasn't wearing gloves.
They got burnt up in the explosion.
Then she was wearing gloves before the explosion.
Well, yeah, she must have been wearing gloves. Because that corpse is absolutely Kyoko.
This entire discussion is idiotic.
That Kyoko there is just a ghost.
Impossible.
Okay, then prove it. Prove she's not a ghost.
The dead body wasn't wearing gloves.
They got burnt up in the explosion.
Then she was wearing gloves before the explosion.
Well, yeah, she must have been wearing gloves. Because that corpse is absolutely Kyoko.
This entire discussion is idiotic.
Kyoko there is just a
Okay, then prove
The dead body what?
they got burnt up.
Then she was wearing.
Well, yeah.
She must have been wearing gloves.
This entire discussion is idiotic.
That Kyoko there is just a goat.
Impossible.
Okay, then prove it. Prove she's not a ghost.
The dead body wasn't wearing gloves.
They got burnt up in the explosion.
Then she was wearing gloves before the explosion.
Well, yeah, she must have been wearing gloves. Because that corpse is absolutely Kyoko.
This entire discussion is idiotic.
That Kyoko. Okay, then prove
The dead body wasn't wearing.
They got burnt up in the explosion.
Then she was wearing gloves.
Well,
Yeah, she must have been
wearing gloves.
No, that's wrong. No, there's no way the corpse was wearing gloves. Whoever it was, they were wearing fake nails, remember? I imagine trying to wear gloves over nails like that would have been a pretty big pain. Besides, Kyoko wears gloves to hide her hands, right? It'd be pretty weird for someone who's self-conscious about their hands to wear fake nails, don't you think?
Jeez, man, you don't know women, huh? They're complicated like that.
If anyone doesn't know women, it's you.
Well, Kyoko, any thoughts?
These gloves were custom made to the size of my hands to make sure they don't interfere with my daily life. If I wore fake nails, the gloves wouldn't fit properly.
Then that's that. The dead body doesn't belong to Kyoko.
Which should have been obvious since she's standing right here.
Okay, so then, who's the real victim? First, we need to figure that out.
That's the first thing I said. You're the one who's been dragging us around in circles.
Kyoko really is still alive. Then who died?
There's gotta be some way to figure it out. I don't think so. The face was scorched beyond recognition. And there wasn't any description in the Monokuma file. Oh, if we can't identify the body...
No, that's wrong. There was one clue left behind that we can use to identify the body.
What? For real? If you're lying, you'll die a cruel and unusual death.
Cruel and unusual death. This I gotta see.
She's just being stupid. Ignore them, Makoto. Tell us what you're talking about.
The key to figuring out who it was is the tattoo on the back of her hand.
Oh, yeah. The design's pretty strange, huh? Is this a dog? Her master must have made her get it. To be like, you're my bitch.
Seriously? They really did something that humiliating?
No, that's not it. The identity of the victim is hidden within that tattoo.
Oh, really?
I got it! The Fenrir Mercenary Corps. That's the name of the military group Mukuro Ikusaba belonged to.
Okay, so...
To show that they're a member of the team, each soldier that joins the squad would get a tattoo representing Fenrir somewhere on their body.
Fenrir?
Now I understand. The representation of Fenrir is a wolf.
Fenrir, the Wolf of Ragnarok. It's from Norse mythology. A huge, world-ending wolf beast. He's the child of the trickster god Loki, and a female giant.
Man, after all this time, we finally got a glimpse of the literary all-star.
A wolf tattoo. Then that means...
Exactly. The body we found had a tattoo of a wolf, which means that person must have once belonged to Fenrir. So it must have been Mukuro.
What?
Hold on. Isn't she the one that was behind this whole thing?
You sound surprised, but you're absolutely right. Yes, indeed. The trial this time is to solve the murder of Mukuro Ikusaba.
Are you saying the mastermind is dead? And now we have to have a coup-last trial?
No. It means we were wrong in thinking that Mukuro was the mastermind at all.
But I mean, being the ultimate despair seems like a pretty mastermindy title to me.
Maybe we shouldn't have been thinking of her as the ultimate despair in the first place. After all, looking at her profile, I didn't see anything that would fit such a description. All it said was that she was the ultimate soldier. If I remember correctly, that other information came from Kyoko. That's what you told Makoto, right?
So that means Kyoko got it wrong?
Then who was she? Who was Mukuro Ikusaba? She's been gone this whole time? And when she finally turns up, she gets killed. Usually when there's a scene where an important character dies, it has a lot more detail.
So you're saying she wasn't an important character? Which would mean she was the same as us, just another participant.
Then who's the real mastermind?
It must have been the Hope's Peak Academy headmaster after all.
No, the headmaster has nothing to do with it.
But how can we trust that? We already know your information about Mukuro was wrong.
My information was not wrong.
Okay. We're in the middle of a trial right now. Figuring out who killed Mukuro is first and foremost. Please limit all future prattle, chatter, and chit-chat as much as possible.
Fine. Uncovering the identity of the mastermind will have to wait. But remember this. No matter what happens, we will find out who you really are. I stake my family name on it.
I have officially decided to completely ignore all such attempts at provocation. Now then, just so nobody's confused, let me state this one more time for the record. The reason we're having a class trial is because a murder among the students has taken place. Hammer that point straight into your big ol' brains!
What you're saying is that both the victim and the culprit are part of the student body?
Then, one of us killed Mukuro?
Wait, no! There's a chance that there's some mystery 17th person who's been hiding all along!
Nope. There are only 16 students in total that have been taking part in these events.
Seriously? Then one of us killed Mukuro?
Who did it? Who's the killer this time?
Get a hold of yourself. We've already narrowed down the list of possible suspects.
Huh?
I'm sure you realize who I'm talking about, right, Makoto? Who the evidence points to?
I got it! You've narrowed it down to Kyoko and me, right?
Why do you say that?
Allow me to explain. Just after nighttime last night, I went to the garden, so I can confirm that at that point, there was no dead body there. So, the murder must have taken place after I left the garden. However, Hiro, Toko, Hina, and I were in the gym the entire time.
The gym?
That's right. The four of us were there trying to dismantle Monokuma. The whole time we were very careful not to go anywhere alone. We even went to the bathroom in pairs. All of which is to say, the four of us all have alibis. The only ones without alibis
Are me and Makoto. That's why you're able to narrow down the list of suspects.
exactly so.
I have something I'd like to say regarding the whole alibi thing.
Are you thinking of raising an objection?
Well, before that, I just want to try and get a better idea of what time the murder took place. Doing that might reveal some kind of clue.
Whatever you want. Somebody go ahead and help him out.
Me and Byakuya can both confirm that the body wasn't in the garden at... Well, it was after nighttime for sure. I'd say it must have been around 10 o'clock. So the murder must have happened after 10 p.m.
Then I guess we can say the time frame for the murder was between then and when we found the body? Oh, but what time did we find the body?
The one who saw the body first was Toko, right? And she went to go get the pickaxe.
I got it! The body must have been discovered at 9 a.m., since that's when Toko went to get the pickaxe.
He's right. It had to be around then.
So we can be totally sure the murder happened sometime between 10 at night and 9 in the morning.
For me, I was already asleep before nighttime hit, so I don't have an alibi after 10 o'clock. But I'm sure I met up with everyone else before 9 this morning.
We ran into each other in the dining hall, right? That was around... Oh yeah! Right around 7:30. I remember checking right before I went in, so I'm totally sure about it.
Which means from 10 p.m. to 7:30 a.m., you don't have an alibi.
We've established a time frame for the murder. It took place somewhere between
10 o'clock at night.
and 9 o'clock in the morning.
Yep, and Makoto doesn't have an alibi for most of that time.
Yeah, from 7 to...
That's more than enough time. So Makoto, if you have any objections, now would be the...
We've established a time frame for the murder. It took place somewhere between 10 o'clock...
No, that's wrong! Actually, the murder couldn't have happened anywhere near 10 o'clock. It had to have taken place way later.
And what makes you say that?
Because of the sprinklers in the garden. The sprinklers are set to go off right at 7:30 every morning, right? So if the body had been in the garden before 7:30, then it should have been completely soaked.
Oh, hold on! I remember this part perfectly. The body was wet. Dripping wet, in fact.
Sorry, Toko, but you're wrong.
I'm wrong? How? Are you saying only the mouth down south was wet? How dare you spew such indecent words!
No, I'm saying that the body was wet, but not because of the sprinklers.
What do you mean? By denying the sprinkler, Are you trying to deny my entire existence?
Man, you're totally wacko.
If you really think it wasn't the sprinkler, you'd better tell us why! I admit nothing. I hate you. No, no, no! I don't know anything. It's enough. Hold on. Are you trying to blame me? I admit nothing. I hate you. No, no, no! I don't know anything. That's enough. Hold on. Are you trying to blame me? I admit nothing. Are you trying to blame me? How can you say it wasn't the sprinkler?
This should prove it. Just remember what the body was like after the explosion, and you'll see why it wasn't the sprinklers. The top half of the body was wet, yes, but the bottom half was completely dry. If the sprinklers got the body wet, shouldn't the whole body have been wet?
So they only got the top wet? The bottom was completely dry? What a brutal maniac!
I'm so sick of her.
Let's just move on. The reason only the top half was wet was because while the body was still on fire, I doused it with water. But only the part on fire, the top half.
Oh, then I guess the sprinklers really didn't do it.
So if the sprinklers didn't get the body wet, then the murder must have taken place sometime after the sprinklers turned on at 7:30 in the morning.
Which means she must have been killed sometime between then and when the body was discovered at 9.
But Makoto's alibi was only missing from 10 o'clock last night to 7:30 this morning, right?
So there's no way Makoto could have done it. I guess you had an alibi after all. Good for you.
In which case, the only one left without an alibi is Kyoko.
I'd just like to say one thing. If you vote for me and I die here, the mystery of this school will stay hidden forever, which is why I can't let that happen.
So are you saying you're not the culprit?
Of course I'm not. I have no reason to kill anyone. This is a trap the mastermind has laid for us.
A trap?
We're this far into the game, and now you decide to blame me? Stop wasting time! Stop wasting energy! You really think your little trick is gonna work?
Shut up, you!
You got it, boss! Shutting up now!
Anyway, Kyoko, you actually did have a reason to kill her.
Huh? She did?
She thought Mukuro was the ultimate despair. In other words, the mastermind behind everything. So she killed her to try and put a stop to all this. Isn't that right, Kyoko? But you made one catastrophic mistake. Mukuro wasn't the mastermind at all. And as a result, we were forced into another trial, something I'm sure you weren't at all expecting.
So, that was her motive?
If she had a motive and no alibi, well then, I think it's pretty clear Kyoko's gotta be the culprit.
I'm not the only one without an alibi. Makoto's explanation is still insufficient.
Huh?
The sprinklers didn't get the body wet, but that doesn't mean the murder happened when he said it did.
What are you...
Because you see, there is a way the body could have avoided getting wet.
Interesting. I'm listening.
All it would take is covering the body with a certain something to keep it from getting wet.
I got it! You're talking about the tarp, aren't you?
You catch on quick. You're right. All you'd have to do is cover the body with the tarp, and that'd take care of the water. In fact, that's exactly what the killer did. The dirt pattern on the tarp can attest to that. Only one side of the tarp got dirty, because that's the side that got covered in water. The side that faced down over the body, meanwhile, kept perfectly clean. This proves that the killer used the tarp to keep the body from getting soaked.
But why would they go to all that effort just to keep the body from getting wet?
Most likely so they could cloud the issue of when the murder actually took place. In other words, to create an excuse exactly like the one Makoto just gave us.
Wait, something's not right.
And what might that be? By covering the body with the tarp, the killer prevented it from getting wet.
So the reason the tarp was only dirty on one side is because the sprinkler got that side wet.
But the underside of the tarp, it was totally spotless, right?
It's because that side was protected from the water. Since it was facing down toward the body, of course it didn't get dirty.
No, that's wrong. Actually, one side being clean is pretty strange if you think about it. Because the blood wasn't dry before the body got blown up, right? Byakuya said it himself. Not to touch it, or you might get some on you. If you put a tarp on a body in that state, it absolutely would have gotten blood on it.
Well, maybe the culprit washed it, so nobody would know they'd used it.
If they had, they would have washed both sides. Just washing the one side wouldn't hide anything.
Oh, yeah, true.
More than that, what if the very blood we saw on the body was meant as a kind of camouflage? What if, after the killer used the tarp to avoid the sprinklers, they then covered the body in blood that didn't belong to the victim?
You mean someone else's blood? Where would they get something like that?
I know! They could have grabbed some of the blood packs from the nurse's office. That's what Hifumi did, right? When he pretended to be dead?
No, that's not what happened this time. The killer got the blood from right there in the garden.
I got it! Could it have been chicken blood?
What? Chicken blood?
When I checked the chicken coop before the murder, there were 5 chickens. But after the murder, there were only 4.
So, you're saying someone killed a chicken and then covered the body with its blood? Man, that's messed up.
Killing a living thing just to do something like that is awful. They should have at least eaten it.
I wonder if the killer had to get the blood from the scene so they wouldn't be spotted walking around. Anyway, there's no denying that a chicken went missing, which provides a basis for my theory.
Perhaps, but even so, there's one thing that still doesn't make sense. You said the culprit used the tarp to avoid the water and then covered the body in blood, right? But if that's the case, then the blood should have soaked into the ground around the body. But that's not what we saw. Only the victim's clothing had blood on it. The ground was completely clean.
I have to agree, that certainly is strange. Maybe they didn't apply the blood at the scene. Maybe they covered the coat in blood beforehand.
They covered it beforehand?
When you discovered the body, was it wearing the coat like you normally would?
I think so. Wait, no. The head was through the neck hole, but the arms weren't in the sleeves.
Then that settles it.
Sorry, I'm having a tough time keeping up. What settles what?
Here's what happened. The murder took place before the sprinklers went off. But the body didn't get wet because the killer covered it with the tarp. Then, later, at the same time the killer was gathering up the tarp, they pulled the coat over the body, the coat they've already covered in blood. This series of cover-ups was meant to disguise the actual time the murder occurred. They wanted us to think the murder happened sometime after the sprinklers had gone off, at 7:30.
If that's actually what took place, it certainly becomes possible that the murder happened earlier.
But to pull all that off, wouldn't they have had to go back to the garden after the sprinklers turned off?
That actually wouldn't have been all that difficult.
Huh?
They already had the coat ready, so they just had to grab the tarp and pull the coat over the body. They'd be done in no time.
Maybe, but still.
Hina, after you met up with Makoto in the dining hall, did you two stay together from that point on?
Oh no. I headed off to the gym, and Makoto didn't show up till later.
Then he had plenty of time to spare, wouldn't you say?
That's not...
Don't bother saying it's not possible.
I must admit, Kyoko's reasoning is sound. Makoto's alibi is inadequate. Well then, it looks like we're back to square one. Makoto's alibi is no good, so once again, our suspects are him and Kyoko.
For serious, man? Which one of them did it? Hey, why don't we let luck decide? Let's flip a coin. 50-50 odds.
Oh!
See? Pretty good idea, right?
No, not that. I just remembered something super serious.
Well, don't just stand there. Out with it.
You know that knife we found all black and burnt?
The one we found stuck in the body before it exploded, right? According to the Monokuma file, the knife went all the way through, from front to back. So, what about it?
I'm pretty sure I'd seen that knife somewhere before. That's what I thought when I first saw it. I just remembered.
It's the knife we gave to Makoto?
You don't seem surprised. You must have noticed earlier.
Yeah,
Then why did you hide that fact?
it's not that I hid it. It's just...
Suspicious! Very suspicious indeed. The knife we found stuck in the body came from Makoto. Now I'm totally convinced he did it. 12,000% convinced.
The knife we found lodged in the dead body.
It's the same one we gave to Makoto.
It really is, isn't it? I was afraid of that.
If he did have that knife before, then that seals it. Makoto did it.
Just because I had the knife once, that automatically makes me the killer?
Well, getting stabbed is what killed her.
No, that's wrong. Wait, hold on. The stab wound isn't what killed Mukuro. That should be clear from the description of the cover-up we just heard.
Lies! We never talked about what killed her.
No, don't you remember? The killer covered the dead body with the tarp, and then put the bloody coat on it, right? In other words, the victim never wore that blood-stained coat until after they were dead.
Okay, fine. So what?
So, when we discovered the body, the knife had been thrust through the coat along with the body. Meaning, if she wasn't stabbed until the coat was put on, and she was already dead at that point, obviously the stab wound isn't what killed her.
Maybe you stabbed her twice. Once to kill her and once to cover it up.
I got it! The Monokuma file clearly states that there was only one stab wound.
Oh yeah, it sure did. Totally forgot about that.
Then the knife...
was just another piece of camouflage set up by the true killer. They probably stabbed her to draw attention away from what actually killed her. Exploding the body afterward was probably meant to do the same thing. The explosion severely damaged the body, making it impossible to know what really killed her. It was all the killer's attempt to destroy all evidence of their crime.
So they wanted us to notice the stab wound and then detonated the body afterward. They meant for us to latch onto the knife as the cause of death, then destroy any evidence proving otherwise.
Oh, hey, I have a question. It kind of goes back to the beginning, but... what's the deal with that explosion anyway? Why'd the body just blow up all of a sudden like that?
If you bothered to put that lump of gray matter between your ears to use, you'd know the answer.
Well, if you're so smart, just tell me.
I'll tell you. I bet some unknown quantum particle caused an atomic-level spontaneous combustion!
I might be dumb, but even I'm not dumb enough to believe that.
Go ahead, Makoto. Tell her or we won't make any headway on this.
I got it! After the explosion, we found a tiny fragment of something on the ground near the body, right? That fragment reveals the cause of the explosion.
Huh? You know, I feel like I've seen something like it somewhere before.
That's only natural, because of course, we saw the same thing when we dismantled Monokuma. It's part of a bomb.
Oh! Then the explosion was because of the Monokuma bomb.
Anyway, the culprit's motive is becoming more and more obvious by the minute. They wanted the knife wound to look like the fatal injury so that we'd suspect Makoto. And the only one who would benefit from that is the only other possible suspect, you, Kyoko.
Hold on a second, Byakuya.
What's the problem?
Well, I just feel like we need to think this through. We still don't know what actually killed the victim.
That's true. It's definitely bugging me. What really killed her?
Fine, I have no problem with that. Let us continue the debate. It won't change the facts of the case regardless. Then, shall we continue the debate? The victim's fatal injury has yet to be determined, correct?
The explosion didn't kill her for sure. I guess.
Well, yeah. She was already totally dead when that happened.
And it wasn't because of the knife, right? And then there's only one other thing.
Oh, yeah. According to the Monokuma file, that's gotta be it. There was evidence that showed she was hit on the back of her head.
And more than that, the victim had suffered countless wounds across her entire body. Then, shall we continue the debate? The victim's fatal injury has yet to be determined, correct?
The explosion didn't kill her for sure. I guess.
Well, yeah. She was already totally dead when that happened.
And it wasn't because of the knife, right? And then there's only one other thing.
Oh, yeah. According to the Monokuma file, that's gotta be it. There was evidence that showed she was hit on the back of her head.
And more than that, the victim had suffered countless wounds across her entire body. Then, shall we continue the debate? The victim's fatal injury has yet...
No, that's wrong. Mukuro died because of the blow to the back of the head she suffered.
What about the wounds all over the rest of her body? They didn't have anything to do with it?
The Monokuma file makes it clear that those weren't fresh wounds.
Oh yeah, good point. If they were old, I guess they don't really matter.
Okay, then we're safe in assuming the blow to the back of her head is what killed her.
But then, what was the murder weapon?
The Monokuma file says she was hit with a blunt object, about as thick as a metal pipe.
Oh! I bet it was the pickaxe!
How is that even possible? If you hit someone with that, it'd cave their skull in completely.
Well, maybe they held it the other way and hit her with the handle.
No way! The balance would be all off. You wouldn't be able to swing it with any kind of power. I wouldn't mind testing it on you if you want.
No thanks. I bet you just hit me with the metal end and call it an accident.
I'd love to scoop out that nasty brain of yours, throw it on the ground and spit on it.
I feel the same way. Looks like we're on the same page this time.
Seriously?
We want to figure out what killed her, right? It just so happens we already know.
We already know? I knew we could count on you, Master.
So what was it?
Go ahead and tell them, Makoto. Surely you've deduced the real murder weapon?
I got it! Mukuro was hit in the back of the head with something, and that's what killed her. And that something was the titanium arrow we found in the locker in the dojo.
Arrow. That's what the culprit attacked Mukuro with?
Indeed. There's no doubt about it.
Are you sure? That sounds kinda weird.
Hey! How dare you backtalk, Master? You have no right!
I'm not backtalking anything. I'm just saying what I think.
The titanium arrow. It was in the dojo locker, right? I have no doubt that was the murder weapon.
Are you sure?
You don't sound convinced. What's the problem?
Well, 'cause in the Monokuma file, it said the weapon must have been about as thick as a metal pipe, right? It seems like an arrow would just be too thin.
Talking back to Master! You have no right!
The titanium, it was in the dojo. I have no doubt.
Are you sure?
You don't sound good.
Well, 'cause in the Monokuma file, it said the weapon must have been about as thick as a metal pipe, right? It seems like an arrow would just be too...
No, that's wrong. You're right. Just the one arrow would have been too weak. That's why the killer used another weapon.
Another weapon?
Inside the dojo locker, we also found a balled-up wad of duct tape. The killer probably uses duct tape to bind multiple arrows together. Bundling them together using the duct tape would easily create a single weapon as thick as a pipe. And that's exactly what the killer did.
It's similar to Aesop's fable about the bundle of sticks. One stick is weak, but put them together, and they become strong. It's meant to teach cooperation.
Damn, that's harsh.
How is it harsh? Are you even listening?
Anyway, that explains the murder weapon. As for who the culprit is that stashed the weapon in the dojo locker, it was you, Kyoko.
I've never been to the dojo.
Oh no, you absolutely have.
How can you say that with such confidence?
Because we have proof, of course. Don't we, Makoto? What's the matter? Surely you don't intend to protect a murderer. You know what will happen if you do, don't you? If you cover for the culprit, there's only one thing that can lead to. The death of us all, remember?
Of course I remember.
Then show us. Show everyone the evidence that proves Kyoko went to the dojo.
The one thing that proves Kyoko was in the dojo is... right here. The key to the dojo locker.
And how does that prove anything?
Because I found it in your room.
It was... in my room?
Don't bother trying to play dumb. That key is just the final piece of the puzzle. Your non-existent alibi, your clear motive, your attempts to frame Makoto for the crime. This all proves that you are the true culprit. You can't explain this away, so just give up.
Hold on a second.
Not this again. You really are dead set on defending her, aren't you?
No, it's not that I want to defend her. It's just... there's one more thing I need to ask her. Kyoko, I want you to tell me something. Last night, you were in my room, weren't you? Why? What were you doing there? That's what I need to know.
I was just... protecting you.
What?
That's enough. The time for idle chatter is over. A verdict is close at hand.
Wait. I'm warning you. Don't make this mistake. I'm not the killer.
I knew you were stubborn, but this is just getting ridiculous.
Really? But you should know better than anyone I didn't do it. Can you tell me I'm wrong?
I should know? Those words you just spoke, what do you mean?
Exactly what I said. I'm not the killer. You should understand that more than anyone here.
Byakuya, what are you hiding?
Master would never hide something from me!
There's proof that you aren't the culprit. Is that what you're saying?
You stated a theory earlier. You said I hid the evidence of my crime in the dojo locker, and then left the locker key in my own room, correct? But could I really have done that?
Those words you just spoke, what do you—
Exactly what I'm not, but you should understand.
Byakuya, what are you hiding?
Master would never hide something from me!
There's proof that you aren't the culprit.
No, that's wrong! If I'm right, Kyoko wouldn't have been able to get into her room.
Huh? Why not?
Because she had given her room key to Byakuya.
I see. So that's what you meant. And if I had the key to your room,
Then obviously I had no way of getting in. Without my room key, I couldn't have possibly put the locker key in there myself. Am I wrong?
it would appear not.
Then you're finally starting to understand.
Well, does no one have a rebuttal? Have you decided to accept her assertion as fact? I see. So you still refuse to accept it. I suppose we have to admit that Kyoko didn't put the locker key in her room, that it was someone else.
But who else could it have been?
I mean, Byakuya had a room key, right?
You! What are you trying to imply?
But of course, I have an alibi. From nighttime on, I was with you guys the entire time. I couldn't possibly have killed anyone, or put the key in Kyoko's room.
Well, someone had to put the key in there.
There's only one other possibility I can think of. Someone could have had the key on them, then once they arrived at the scene, pretended to find it there.
What?
It had to be Makoto, right?
I don't see any other option.
Wait a second. You've got it all wrong. Let's think about it one more time. There's gotta be a hidden side to this case.
Huh? A hidden side?
First of all, there's something off about this entire trial. You all see it, don't you? Mukuro, who we didn't even know existed, suddenly shows up dead, and then we're thrown into a trial. And Kyoko even said it's a trap the mastermind set for us. So that's why this has to be...
Okay, time's up!
Huh?
Time's up! Class trial's all over! Everyone can stop talking now!
What? Time's up?
What do you mean time's up? There's no time's up. Since when have we...
It's because you were late, so we had to push back the start time. So then, it's time for voting time, okay? Everyone, please vote using the lever in front of you!
Voting time?
Oh boy! Hey, oh boy, guys, here we go. Okay.
Now, who will be chosen as the blackened? Will you make the right choice or the dreadfully wrong one?
Hey, hold on!
What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be?
What? You think I'm the killer? Sorry, man.
Sorry.
It's not your fault. Everyone, you're wrong. You got it all wrong. I didn't do it.
Yes, indeed.
Good job, everyone. Job?
Yep.
Yeah, they got it right. No, that's not true. None of this makes any sense. The whole trial doesn't make any sense.
Hey!
It makes perfect sense.
Shing!
It's the same as always. Just like all the other class trials, I'm gonna end it at the same way.
Thrills, chills, kills!
It's time for your heart-pounding and positively thrilling punishment. Wait, why do I... Kyoko!
I don't expect you to forgive me. I know this is all my fault.
Kyoko?
Let's give it everything we've got! It's punishment time! What?
This is...
It would seem...
What the heck?
In other words,
What I'm saying is, you shouldn't have underestimated us.
Why are you talking like you've already won? I barely felt a thing. That was a pinch. It was an itch. The stupid virus is gone now. Got it? And so is Makoto. Maybe I didn't get to smash him flat, but you never know. You're never gonna see him again. To waste away in the garbage-strewn pit. In a way, that's even better than a special punishment. But it's still not enough. I'm still not satisfied. I'm gonna bring despair to the rest of you. Bring despair to the entire world. Is he gone? Hey, Kyoko, what's the meaning of all this? Just what the hell's going on?
calm down.
It's okay, we're not the ones being trapped this time. Huh?
In other words,
No, the mastermind is ensnared.
What did you say?
What are you talking about?
so...
He'll understand soon enough. Very soon indeed. Massive high school towers over all the buildings in the bustling urban area. It's like the school stands at the center of the entire world. Hope's Peak Academy. It brings the top students from every field imaginable. A government-funded school of privilege. They say that if you come here and manage to graduate, you'll be set for life. With hundreds of years of tradition, it sends the cream of the crop into the workforce every year. It was built to raise hope, the nation's future, which makes Hope's Peak Academy a pretty fitting name. There are two things you need to attend this school. One, you have to already be attending high school, and two, you have to be the very best at what you do. No ordinary student could enroll here. The only way in is if you're scouted out by the school itself. And standing there at the gate of the ultimate school, filled with the ultimate students, was me. What? Where am I? God. Finally. I could finally feel my mind and body start to come back together again, and then I was awake. Ben, you're still here, right? You see what's on the right-hand side? Or was this just another dream? A dream inside a hopeless nightmare. No, this isn't a dream. I could tell, because the stench was invading my nostrils and too powerful for a dream. An awful smell. I was in a vast dark cavern, with the barest hint of light seeping in. Trash was piled high all across the area. This must be some kind of underground garbage pit. The heck of a situation did I find myself in? But that was just the beginning of my problems. I was going to be stuck in there until I wasted away and died? No, I can't let that happen. Not after what my good friend went through to save me. I remember all too well what had happened. Alter Ego saved me. He used up the last of his little bit of strength to do it. So I can't give up now. For myself and for my friend. And with that, my pursuit of survival began. First step was to start looking for a way out of there. It's locked. No matter how many times I pushed or pulled, or kicked at it, it didn't budge. Getting out of here isn't going to be that easy. Well, if I'm not getting out of here anytime soon, I decided to look around for some food. There's plenty of food here, but it's all rotten. But that was pointless too. Next, I searched for some water. How can I be sure the liquids I can drink from and which ones are all in around the bad idea? Again, pointless. I feel like I'm blocked in on all sides. But that's not enough of a reason to give up because I'm still alive. As long as I'm alive, I'll never give up. And making that proud declaration, the next thing I decided to do was go to sleep. My sleep was deep and uninterrupted. That was my only way to preserve what little strength I had left. After not being able to eat or drink, I can't be sure, but I think at least a full day had to have passed. And all I did was sleep and sleep. It was like I was waiting for some kind of sign to come falling out of the sky. However, while far from the sky wasn't a sign. Not exactly. What the? Strange sound pierced my silent isolation, jarring me awake. As I watched the pile of garbage jostle and formed an odd shape. Did something fall down over there? Something fell from up above. What could it have been? Did a giant piece of trash just fall down here? I carefully stretched my hand out toward whatever it was, and that it tumbled down here with me.
Just a second.
Giant piece of trash. Rude. Before she even had emerged the pile of garbage, I knew who it was.
It smells awful.
Kyoko?
Indeed.
You look like you're doing better than I expected. What are you doing here?
So...
Isn't it obvious? I'm here to help you. I'm glad to hear that, Kyoko. You've got a bit of garbage in your hair. She gave her head a quick, sharp shake to get rid of the trash, then faced me again.
Hey.
First, I have something for you. Go ahead and eat it. We can talk once you're finished. Thank you! I snatched the bread and water she was holding out for me. Within seconds, my mouth was making its way towards my stomach. It was in my mouth and making its way towards my stomach. That really hit the spot. Now I've got all the energy I need to keep going. So you still haven't given up then? No, of course not. After all, the fact that I can keep going forward is about all I'm good at.
Hmm?
Well, that's not such a bad thing to be good at it. Alright. But, Kyoko, why did you come to rescue me?
So,
To pay a debt, or no, to atone. Atone?
you...
During the trial, even though you knew I was lying, you didn't say anything. So you knew that I knew.
Indeed.
But even though I knew, I did nothing to help you. Oh, shut up, Ben!
I...
Abandon you? Don't say that! You didn't abandon me! No, that's exactly what I did. I abandoned you in order to save my own life. You were trying to save me, and I couldn't bring myself to do the same for you.
However...
But listen, I'm not trying to make excuses, but there was a reason I had to survive no matter the cost. Why did you survive?
It's true.
I'll have to tell you. I'll tell you. I'll tell you everything. The reason I have to survive
In other words...
is so that I can do what I came to the school to do. What? I made up my mind. To come to Hope's Peak Academy for one very important reason. So you have some reason for coming to Hope's Peak?
Indeed.
That's right. At least I did. Once. Once? Until recently, I'd forgotten what it was. You forgot? But that's...
Huh?
Then it's really true. You lost your memory.
Makoto.
Do you remember, Makoto? Do you remember the first thing that happened to each of us as soon as we arrived at the school? The first thing? You're talking about when we fainted, right? I fainted when I woke up. I was trapped here.
That's right.
I fainted too, and when I woke up, I noticed a strange feeling of separation within myself. A disconnect.
It would seem...
Thinking back on it now, at that point my memory was gone. At that time, I had forgotten. I couldn't remember why I'd come to the school, and I couldn't remember what my ultimate ability was. But what would make you forget all of that?
Hey,
Strange, isn't it? It's hard to imagine, it's hard to imagine it happened by chance. It seemed much too convenient. Are you saying you lost your memory because...
indeed.
I don't think... I'm positive it was the work of the mastermind. They stole my memory. But why would they want to do that? There's only one reason I can come up with. Because my purpose and ability, somehow, would interfere with the mastermind's plans. So the mastermind just stole them from you?
However...
And it could also mean, somehow my memories are maybe connected to the mystery of the school and the mastermind. Which is why I have to get them back. That's why I've been investigating things by myself this whole time. But if what you say is true, why didn't you ask the rest of us to help you?
Why is that?
If I did that, and we all worked as one, the mastermind would have noticed right away. Plus, there's always a chance that the mastermind is actually one of us. What?
Correct.
Well, don't make too big of a deal of it, but it's just a possibility. But since it is a possibility, we can't ignore it, right? The mastermind is one of us. If she believed that, then of course she couldn't trust anyone around her. In which case, It only makes sense that she would look into her missing memory by herself.
However,
That being said, there was a limit on what I could do by myself, which is why I asked you to help me. But why me? Because among everyone, you were least likely to be the mastermind. That was just intuition, but I see. Your intuition was right, though. There's no way an ordinary kid like me could have been the mastermind.
I understand. I should understand everything. My goal isn't to get out of here. It's to stay here.
It's just like the dream I had before, but why did that just happen?
listen.
Are you okay? Oh, yeah, it's nothing. It is nothing, right?
Hey,
Even now, I still trust you, you know. It's just, I'm not used to relying on others.
correct.
I know I never asked you to help for help right away, so I understand if you're not convinced. Honestly, I was convinced. I think that's just her personality. You remember anything?
So,
There's still a lot I don't remember, but at the very least, I was finally able to recall my purpose and my ability. You mentioned your ability. My ability is what everyone should have known me for. I'm the ultimate detective. Ultimate detective?
correct.
And the reason I came to Hope Speak Academy? There was someone I had to find here in the school. You had to find someone? Who?
So,
Well, it was the headmaster of Hope Speak Academy. The headmaster? Why did you want to find the headmaster? Because he's my father. What?
in other words,
I was separated from him as a child, and as it turns out, he became the headmaster at Hope Speak. Kyoko's dad. Is Hope Speak Academy's headmaster? And that explains when Alter Ego told us about the headmaster that was involved.
I,
I'll find a way.
no matter what,
So,
My memory hadn't come back at that point. But when he said that, I felt strange. It makes perfect sense now, of course, since my whole purpose for coming here was to find him. That makes sense.
however,
But listen, Makoto. I want to make this perfectly clear, so there is no misunderstanding. I said the headmaster wasn't the mastermind, but I didn't say that to protect him. I only said that I had what I felt based on what I'd seen when I snuck into the headmaster's room. Then, what did you see in there?
so,
The room had been ransacked. The shelves were a mess. The drawers dumped on the floor. The only conclusion is that someone who I didn't know where anything had been in there. You mean the mastermind, right?
it's true.
That was my assumption, yes. And I can confirm my suspicion. I decided to investigate the second floor dorms using the key I'd found. But why there? Because I also found this in the headmaster's room. Is this some kind of map?
Indeed.
It's a layout of the entirety of Hope Speak Academy. found it in the headmaster's room along with Mukuro's profile and that key. The map showed me that the second floor was home to a number of rooms that were actually meant for faculty use. Some of the staff must have had to stay overnight from time to time. And I figured that the headmaster would have some kind of private room there. I assumed that if that were true, that room would likely hold more clues, so I went to check.
Correct.
That's when I finally remembered. I remembered that my purpose was to find the owner of that room. So you went there to see if the headmaster really did have a private room there.
However,
But once I got to the Once I got there, I noticed that the second floor dorms didn't have any cameras or monitors. So, what was it like? That part of the school, I mean. It's hard to describe. All I can say is, the moment I saw it, I realized. Whatever's going on in the school is more horrific than we ever imagined. What do you mean?
So...
I can't explain it, but you need to see it for yourself. I'm sure you'll get your chance soon enough. Sounds like it must be important. Really ominous.
However...
Which is why I had no idea what was going on in the rest of the building. It has to do with Mukuro Ikusaba, doesn't it?
However...
Just be perfectly clear, I didn't kill her. And I know it wasn't you either. I know you're right, but that just means everyone but you and me has an alibi, so then who did kill her?
Anyway...
What I can say for sure is that the mastermind is directly involved. To begin with, the point of the class trial of Mukuro Ikusaba was to get me killed. Get you killed?
Indeed.
I stole the key and disappeared, and in retaliation, they wanted to dry me out and eliminate me.
Correct.
That was the point of the class trial. Was? The mastermind knew they couldn't interfere directly. You mean because of the school regulations?
That's right.
Exactly.
In other words...
The mastermind is adamant about following these rules. Then, and that rule in place, they couldn't step in. And since they couldn't kill me themselves, they tried to use a class trial to do it. The mastermind couldn't step in because of the rules? That makes it sound like the mastermind themselves is somehow bound by the school regulations.
Hey.
There's one other thing I'd like to point out about the murder of Mukuro Ikusaba. What's that? There was a point where Mukuro may not have become the victim. Could have been you, Makoto. I could have become the victim?
Indeed.
You know what I'm talking about, right? Do you mean... during the night? I could hear them, you know. Footsteps of the god of death. What? I can hear the god of death as he moves. That ability naturally draws me into cases. Just like this.
Anyway...
Which is exactly what happened with you. I was in the dorms and I had the sudden sense of dread. I looked down the stairwell and saw a white shadow across the corridor. I gave chase right away, followed it, and saw that shadow go into your room.
Correct.
I ran into your room and I saw what was happening. I intervened immediately, of course.
However,
That wasn't the end of things, of course. I stopped them, but that led to whoever the masked assailant was, they ended up dead.
correct.
And their murder was disguised. The dojo key was wound up in my room. It all has to be the work of the mastermind in an attempt to use the class trial to eliminate me. So this would all mean that whoever killed Mukuro is also the mastermind, right?
Indeed.
I don't have conclusive evidence, but that's what I think. But that's really bad if true. It means that the mastermind can kill whoever they want when they feel like it. Wait, but doesn't that create another contradiction? The mastermind wanted to use the class trial to try and kill you because they couldn't interfere, right?
Correct.
You're right, that is a contradiction. And not just Mukuro. They needed the class trial to kill me, but it seems like you ready to kill you in your room. Everything they did is a contradiction. So what does it all mean?
In other words,
It means that the mastermind is the only one who's been cornered. Huh?
Makoto.
Just a little more. A little more, and I should be able to figure out the mastermind's identity. The identity of the other ultimate despair. The other ultimate despair? There's no doubt that Mukuro was the ultimate despair and that she's dead. But I don't think the ultimate despair is just one person. It's not?
Indeed.
If you think about it, the ultimate despair is seeming to implicate whoever caused that event. You're talking about
That's right.
what happened a year ago. The biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history. The tragedy. Whoever's responsible for that, they're the ultimate despair?
It would seem...
That's that despicable group whose only purpose and motivation comes from despair. Then they're...
Indeed.
Make no mistake. They're the root of all the evil that has forced us to go through this. That is the ultimate despair. That is our real enemy. Finish the game tonight. Yes, I want to save. The ultimate despair. A group of people who caused the tragedy over 1 year ago. Those same people put it together in this killing game. Finish the game tonight. Guys, it's gonna take another 2 hours. I'm not gonna finish the game tonight. Oh my gosh. Those same people putting it together in this killing game began broadcasting it around the world. Also, hi Zach. The most desperately awful group. The most desperately awful group of people ever. That is the mastermind's true identity. Our enemy has finally been revealed. But right now
Anyway,
we have to get out of this horrible place. Figuring out the rest of the story can come after. Yeah, you're right. But Yoko, do you still have that one thing? Monokuma's secret tool that you got from the headmaster's room?
Indeed.
Of course I do. It's an absolutely vital part of ensnaring the mastermind. I would never part with it. You can open any door in the school, right?
That's right.
And we should be able to use it on that door, right? Hey, Kyoko, can we use that key of yours to open this door, right?
It's true.
Let's find out. Kyoko took out the key with the Monokuma design on it and slid it into the keyhole. And then... Yes, it opened!
Indeed.
Now we can get out of here. Let's go. Sounds good. We quickly opened the door and made our escape from the garbage pit. Finally. We're finally free. There wasn't even time to take a breath of relief. Make your dreams come true! Just do it! Because the real fight had just begun. After leaving the garbage pit, we found ourselves in a tunnel extending straight up like a chimney. There was a metal ladder leading up into the tunnel. We started climbing the ladder, intent on reaching the surface. The ladder was impossibly long. I couldn't even see where it ended. We climbed into the darkness. The passage was so dark and cramped, I couldn't even see my own feet beneath me. I had no idea we were so far down.
Hey.
Don't lose your footing. If you slip, I won't be able to catch you. Yeah, I'll be careful. But now you said that, I'm getting kind of nervous. Maybe talking with will help keep my mind off of it. So, Kyoko, there's something I wanted to ask you. You said you're the ultimate detective, right? So, how long have you been doing detective work? How long?
So...
Ever since I can remember. I come from a long line of detectives. Detective work is in my blood. There was a time when being a detective was considered a sacred duty. My family's always seen it that way. Then, is your family favorites?
Wrong.
Quite opposite. Quite opposite. Quite opposite, actually. Even among actual detectives. Oh my gosh, Ben! Many people haven't heard of us. Huh? But how come? It's like your family tradition, right? So...
Right.
Because we take pride in it. Pride?
Indeed.
A detective is neither light nor shadow. We represent neither justice nor evil. That is how we can uncover the absolute truth. We stand neutral in all things. And to do that, we have to stand separate from the rest of the society. Which is why we've made a conscious effort to conceal our existence. Conscious effort?
It's true.
It's kind of old-fashioned, and I can't say it's entirely rational, but it's our family creed. We do what we must to protect it. Because, like I said, it's our source of pride. Pride. So that explains... Before I came here, when I was looking up info about the school online, I never saw anything about her. Because she hid herself on purpose to protect the pride of her family.
However...
Yet, I gave up some of that pride. Huh? In order to enter Hope's Peak, I had to reveal myself to the school. I did it knowing something a true Kirigiri detective would never do. But the reason you gave up on that pride was the reason you would go so far to enter Host Peak. It was because that's how much you wanted to reconnect with your dad, right? There's no shame in that.
What?
Reconnect? I had absolutely no desire to reconnect with my father. Huh? But you'd be reuniting with your father. You'd be reuniting after all those years, right? You wouldn't have had so much to talk about.
Wrong.
There's nothing I wanted to talk to my father about.
However,
There is something I wanted to say to him, though. What? No matter what it takes, I have to find him and tell him face to face. What is it?
So...
I want to sever all ties with him. Sever? The last time I saw him, I was still very young. I don't remember myself, but apparently he was extremely intelligent. He was in line to become the next head of the Kirigiri family. He was talented, he had a promising future.
However...
But he had no interest in detective work. So he cut himself off from the family. Not long after that, my mother died and he simply ran away. He went to my grandfather and they had a huge argument. I was young. And young as I was, he left me behind. I'm sure there was a reason for that. I'm sure your dad had to take you with him.
Right.
If that's true, then I need to thank him. Thank him for leaving me. Because unlike him, I take pride in the work that I do. I take pride in my family name. So with every last part of me, is happy he didn't take me with him. If I had gone with him, I never would have had the chance to become a detective. I was above Kyoko on the ladder, so I wasn't able to see her expression. So I couldn't tell. I couldn't see how she looked when she said that. What she might have been feeling. All I could tell was that, compared to her usual self, she was more talkative, more emotional. I don't blame him, you know. He had his own life to live. And that's what anyone in my position might say, right? But it's not true.
However...
But there's one thing. One thing I can never forgive. Really?
So...
The way everyone else looked at me. I was never sad about being left behind. Like I said, I think it was a good thing.
However...
But when the rest of my family looked at me, they saw something different. They saw me as the little girl that was abandoned by her father. That's how they see me even to this day. His shadow has been following me my entire life. I'm sick of it. I need him out of my life. I need to step out of his shadow.
Correct.
That's why I had to find him and tell him we're no longer family. In order to settle the past. In order to remove him from my life forever. I have no doubt that he forgot about me 9 years ago. But your family to cut him off just like that.
Wrong.
Our only connection is through blood, nothing more. Are we connected by heart and soul? No.
Hey.
Is blood really enough to call someone family? Not only connected by blood, not by heart or soul. Only connected by blood, not by heart or soul. I was so shocked to hear her say something like that, I didn't know how to respond. So instead, I said nothing. I kept climbing the ladder in complete silence. And after I don't know how long, we finally reached the top. Looks like this is it.
Indeed.
On the other side of this door, Hope's Peak is waiting for us. We're back.
That's right.
Remember the hatch on the ground near the trash room? I'm fairly certain that's where we'll come out. I unlocked it earlier, so it should open without much trouble. Well, here goes nothing. I reached my right hand up and pushed against the hatch. Hatch opened with ease, and so... looks like we're back.
Whew.
But I can't believe how long that ladder was. I'm exhausted. I can't exactly we're safe and sound, but at least we're out of there. Now we're back at Hope's Peak Academy. Kyoko, thank you. I never would have gotten out of there if it weren't without you. No thanks necessary. I was just returning the favor. So now what do we do? I'm glad you didn't die, of course, but if the mastermind finds out, and I'm worried about you too. It helps me, so they might...
Listen.
You're worried? Yeah, of course.
So then...
Then let's just get a concrete answer. Huh?
In other words...
Let's ask Monokuma if there's a problem with you escaping. Wait, that's...
However...
We try to hide, it's only a matter of time till we are found out. And it's not like we can run away. As she said that, she pointed at a nearby surveillance camera. So you're saying rather than stressing out over getting caught, we should just give up now? Don't worry. What do you think is going to happen? What do you think is going to happen? Because the mastermind is the one that's ensnared. The mastermind is ensnared. You mean something like... You said something like that before. What does it mean?
So...
The mastermind stood exposed during the investigation into Murkuro's death. There was a moment where the mastermind let their guard down. There was.
Right.
We can talk about it. We can talk to Monokuma. We can confirm it. And it'll be better for us if we go to him directly before he tracks us down. That should help with our negotiations. I'm still a little, super uneasy about this. But we don't really have a choice, do we?
Indeed.
Monokuma should be in the gym.
Shall we go?
Let's get going. But yeah, no, unfortunately, we're not going to be able to finish the game tonight. We might be able to finish it on Monday, when the streak is almost over, because, I have another Danganronpa block for there, but for right now, this thing ain't going to be finished until then.
Well.
Hey! I don't mind so much. Makoto's supposed to be dead! What's he doing here?
That's exactly how I thought he'd react. Are we gonna be okay?
Pung!
You were supposed to be punished! Didn't Kyoko help you?
What?
So what if I did? What will it do you?
Shing! The guilty party is exposed during the class trial. They alone will be executed. It's unfortunate, but that is the rule.
Making me angry.
So now I gotta punish you again, and this time I won't leave anything to chance.
Kyoko!
Right.
Do whatever you feel you have to.
What?
However...
But before you do, let me just say one thing.
Now,
If you execute Makoto, that means you'll lose. Not that it matters to you, right?
Huh?
I lose?
Hey!
You! Explain yourself! What do you mean by that?
Because
Well, you set up this latest class trial yourself, right? I was getting in your way, and so you want an excuse to kill me.
in other words,
I was supposed to be the chosen blackened, and then executed, right? Hey, what are you talking about?
however,
But when Makoto chose to overlook my lie, your plan came crashing down. The results of the trial weren't at all what you were expecting. Because you were never imagined that in that position, one person would protect another like that.
right,
And in response to that development,
indeed.
you reacted by proclaiming Makoto as the Blackened and trying to execute him. You made that choice out of desperation, no more than that. You must have realized that Makoto, who refused to be manipulated, was a threat to you as well.
However,
But then, there was another unexpected development waiting for you. An entity that would throw a wrench, so to speak, in your precious execution machinery. Alter ego. You never imagined the possibility that you could come to our aid. The possibility of a being that could come to our aid even after you killed it.
am I wrong?
Now, here's the absolute truth. Makoto didn't kill Mukuro. You did.
Listen to me.
So, executing Makoto for it would surely be a violation of your rules, which I know you love so much. If the Blackened is exposed, they alone will be executed. That's what you told us, right?
And that means I lose? You talk big game. And you're saying the Blackened is me and not Makoto?
Well,
And you can prove this, right?
Well,
No, I can't.
Don't just say it like that. What is this, a comedy routine? To make such bold claims without a shred of evidence.
that doesn't matter.
I don't have any right now, but with a little more time, I can guarantee I'll find some.
That's right.
Because no matter how deeply you try to bury it, there's only ever one absolute truth.
boom, boom.
And now you're the type to talk like some kind of famous detective type.
Because
If Makoto was really the killer, he never would have come to you willingly like this. He would have feared for his life, feared for another execution. He would have tried to run and hide. He would have been gripped by the despair you so love to inspire.
however,
But here we are, confronting you with nothing but hope in our hearts.
What the heck?
And that's supposed to be enough evidence, enough to convince me in the absence of evidence.
indeed.
It's not you I'm trying to convince.
Hey,
If you were to execute Makoto now, everyone out there watching this would be extremely displeased. Huh?
indeed.
Imagine what everyone out there would think if you killed Makoto. They would assume that you killed him because what we said is exactly right.
Listen to me.
Despair can never kill hope.
Hey,
Of course, you could just say we're making this all up if you're welcome to. You can just say we're making this all up. You're welcome to prove us wrong. You have no choice but to prove it. Because if you kill Makoto without proving your own innocence, you'll be accepting your own defeat. You want to earn our despair fair and square?
that's what we have to do.
Then I suggest you take my advice.
So, what's this advice of yours?
It's true.
To do Mukuro's trial all over again. Only this time, you follow the school regulations and ensure a fair trial.
It's time for one last showdown. One final battle between hope and despair. Hey,
Well, would you make a proper climax? That would make for a proper climax, wouldn't you say? Fair trial, one last showdown. In other words, this will be your chance to expose the true identity of Mukuro's killer, the mastermind themselves. But what reason would the mastermind have to accept the challenge? They probably would just execute me without another word. Interesting.
Barrett!
Very interesting indeed. Barry?
What's wrong?
Oh, I was getting a little bored, so I decided to change things up a little. So, time for bear jokes. Now what you're suggesting might be plausible, but it would certainly make for one honey of a climax.
in other words,
Does that mean you accept?
You guys!
If we do things your way, that'll be enough to convince you and the viewers, right? And it would cause you to be in unbearable despair, right? Then I'm prepared to agree to your terms. Will hope win out, or will my despair claim victory? Monokuma, shut up.
Contain myself!
Let's have one final grisly showdown. He agreed. We still have a shot at this.
Barrett!
But this is a long way to climax, right? Just guessing the killer is a barely fitting end? Oh wait, that was Monokuma. For this final face-off, you'll have to unearth all the mysteries that are buried in here. All the mysteries? That's right, every last mystery that's pawing around the school. If you can do that,
I can barely contain myself!
then that'll be enough to qualify as a victory for you.
it's true.
That's what we've been waiting to do all along. Okay, well good. Then let's bear it all. If you can claw your way to the truth of Mukuro's death and solve the mysteries of this school,
You guys!
then you win. But if you can't do that, we'll all face execution, right? I can barely contain any excitement. When you learn the whole truth, what kind of despair will you show me? We're as excited as you are, I'm sure.
Listen to me.
When we uncovered every last truth, how will the ultimate despair reveal their own despair? Honestly, I can't believe how this all turned out.
Hey,
But before we get started, I want to clarify one more thing. Do you remember the rule? When one student kills another, that's when a class trial is held.
What's wrong?
Yeah, I remember that, for sure. So what?
hey,
I just want to confirm that is what you said, right? And it's a true statement? You don't have to be suspicious. I said it before, but it bears repeating. Everything is based on the school regulations. And I have a fair trial for Mukuro and Mukuro. And there's no exception to that. Mukuro's trial is no exception, then it's part of the regulations? Which would mean whoever killed Mukuro. It's a very polarizing approach, I know. But okay, enough puns. Here's a hint. I'm sure I told you this already, but the killing game began with 16 participants. All of them high school students. And the only people to take a single step in Hope's Peak Academy since the killing game began. So are the 16 students. What?
listen.
Are you telling the truth? Why'd he go quiet all of a sudden?
Now I'm really angry!
I'm done talking! I got nothing left to say to you! So get lost, would ya? Why so mad?
Whew.
Seems emotionally unstable.
Hey!
Leave me alone! Get out of here! Okay, I'm going. Just. You really gonna let me go? I don't even care anymore. You're all gonna get your punishment later anyway. I need to start getting ready. I have a super duper extra special punishment overflowing with despair.
Hey,
Come on, Makoto, let's go. Okay. Monokuma's unstable laughter seemed to cling to us as he walked away. And just like that, we were out of the gym. I could hardly believe it, but somehow I ended up not getting executed. I still had my life, and we still had a chance. Overall, things turned out way better than expected. Once again, I was in Kyoko's debt. Kyoko, thank you. I have everything right now. Everything I have right now is because of you.
however,
Don't thank me just yet. The real battle is still ahead of us. Yeah, true.
whew,
But still, I'm glad it worked out. I wasn't sure if the enemy would still accept my proposal. But honestly, why would the mastermind agree to that? I mean, they don't stand to gain anything from a final showdown, do they?
so,
They had no choice but to accept. Huh?
because,
The one commitment. It's all because of that one moment that the mastermind let down their guard, like I said. So when was it the mastermind let down their guard?
so,
I wasn't there to hear it myself, but do you remember what the mastermind said? They said that they'd hijacked the airwaves and broadcast our school life to the outside world, right? Yeah, they definitely said that.
listen,
And what do you think what did you think of that when you heard? What did you think when you heard of that? Pretty hard to believe, right? Well, I mean, the idea of actually taking over the airwaves seems so unbelievable.
indeed.
You don't read about something like that happening very often. It's so hard to imagine. In other words, that kind of thing is extremely difficult to pull off.
However,
And yet somehow the mastermind was able to do it.
in other words,
But think of it another way. There must have been some reason they had to do something that difficult. Reason?
so,
They had to show the world something, no matter the cost. Us killing each other. They wanted to show the world?
it would seem,
The mastermind has been very adamant about not killing us directly, but forcing us to kill each other. And all their rules and regulations were designed to encourage that. Yeah, that makes sense. If those stupid regulations didn't exist, nobody would have killed anybody.
in other words,
So the mastermind's ultimate goal was to make us all kill each other and to show that off to the world. But why?
correct.
To prove a point, most likely. Prove a point?
Hey,
The outside world has a name for those students of Hope's Peak Academy, right? A certain concept. You're talking about hope, right?
that's right.
And for those of us who represent hope to kill each other and sink into despair. The mastermind wants the world to see that, to try and prove that despair is better than hope. That's their ultimate goal, as the ultimate despair. What? They want to prove that despair is better than hope? But that's ridiculous!
It's true.
You're right, it is ridiculous. Completely irrational. It's the kind of thing that nobody but those who call themselves the ultimate despair would devise. That group whose only purpose and motivation comes from despair. But is that really the only reason for making the rest of us suffer?
Makoto.
I know how angry it must make you, and yet that same motivation is what led you to the mastermind revealing their weakness. What?
In other words,
Because their total goal is to broadcast the killing game to the world. The mastermind has to be more particular than is reasonable about their own regulations. If the mastermind simply ignored the rules, wouldn't have been a game, but a one-sided slaughter.
at the very least,
At least, that's how those who are watching this would have seen it. That's why the mastermind couldn't kill any of us themselves.
indeed.
That's precisely the reason. No matter how much they hate what I'm doing, they may hate what I'm doing, I haven't violated one single of the regulations. Junko broke the rules, so she was punished. But in my case, they couldn't lay a finger on me.
Right.
So instead, they tried to use the class trial, following their proper rules to get me killed. They began the class trial and didn't have a right answer. Then they made me out to be the killer. But even that didn't work.
It's true.
Yes, thanks to you. And due to that failure, the mastermind took yet another risk. They attempted to kill you instead, who was also not the killer. And when that fact was exposed, like on live TV, to the entire outside world, the mastermind had to accept your suggestion
Indeed.
to prove the world that despair is better than hope. They had to have defeated us in perfect form.
In other words,
It would only do the mastermind harm to have it shown that they violated their own regulations. But all of that was just a hunch, right? You're still able to get the mastermind to accept your challenge.
however,
Well, it's only thanks to you that we got that chance, because you believed in me and another path opened up. Still, I can't believe how much of the mastermind's thoughts and plans you were able to figure out. I didn't have the slightest clue.
wrong.
In the end, though I couldn't prove any of it, it was just my reasoning. Essentially, I was making a bet.
Whew.
But it looks like I got it right. This time, at the least, I won the bet. She let out a quick sigh. It took a small sign of relief. To be honest, I haven't been that nervous in a long time. I totally couldn't tell you were nervous at all. You seemed totally confident in the moment we decided to go and talk to him. Well, presenting a strong demeanor is a fundamental part of negotiation and persuasion, wouldn't you say? Plus, if I showed my uneasiness, that would have just made you that much more uneasy. Yeah, you're probably right. How pathetic.
However,
Anyway, we can't relax just yet. All we've done is to earn another chance to fight. We have to win this time,
correct.
or everything we've gone through will have been for nothing. You're right. If we can't defeat the mastermind, it'll cost us our lives. There's no option except to win.
Hey,
But before we begin the final battle, we have to tell the others what's going on. True, but now we know who our real enemy is. All we have to do is work together with everyone to destroy the mastermind. Work together with everyone.
however,
Is that really possible? Huh?
anyway,
Right now, we have to go find the others.
shall we go?
There are they're probably in the dorm somewhere. Shall we go? And that is where we're gonna stop for now, guys. Sorry, but we're not finishing the game tonight, as I said. It would take another 2 hours, so cutting into two people's, like, times and stuff. Yeah, no, we're not gonna do that. If we have a little bit of time, so what I'm gonna do... is... So, does anybody have any, like, quick question? If anybody has any, like, quick questions for me, we'll go over those really quick, and if not, we'll go into the stream loading screen, and then Justin will take over. Alright, it doesn't look like... Get a few more seconds. Alright, so I will see you guys next time. I'll put up the schedule here. Oops. Sure thing, Ben. Will do. But yeah, I will see you guys next time. See you next time I'm on my shift. Alright? Up next, Inferno Dragon 343 with Ruby.
Danganronpa.